This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
You guys want to rest here?
Guess I misread the landing.
Stairs. Which way do we go?
I say up. I sense presences below us, but not as large.
Up it is, then. It's just steps upon steps. Why would someone build this?
Not to live in, I'm guessing.
Right? It would take someone real kooky to build all this.
Right. This astral energy is incredible.
It's so thick here. Even we can sense it.
Get ready, everybody!
I was born ready. Nothing can surprise me.
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first.
Take this! Armor won't save you!
Now I can let...
Blind freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
Probably the easiest one for free. Fine. I mean, perfectly. All I had to do was go up the
You're mine!
staircase.
You're mine! I'm not done! I'm not done!
Where are you?
In a bind?
No escape! Here I come! Lunar Rondo! Take it!
Shine! Radiant light!
Demon Fang!
Regenerate!
That thing's headed this way!
Even I can't stop that.
Everyone, look out!
Try harder!
We're doomed! Doomed!
Pull it together, Law.
Sorry, right. I'm calm.
Primed and ready. I never miss.
I'm not done! It's over!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? We can't depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
I'm alright, I guess. Bit of a late start. What was Simba wanting attention?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Prepare to be sealed!
Man, ain't you ugly?
Newcomers, let's welcome.
Watch the ones up above, too!
Our arts are being interrupted.
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Here I come!
In a bind?
I'm not done! It's over! You're mine! Strike! You're mine! Catapult! Pierce through!
Elusive
Swallow blade! You're mine!
I couldn't make it in time.
Can't be happening. Here goes.
Well, when he decides he wants help now.
A chain between heaven and earth.
As you probably will know.
Illuminate the
From beyond, imbue this languid soul with life. Resuscitation.
I'm not done!
Shine.
Raise your blade!
Regeneration.
And he decides he wants health now. Right this instant. Jumps on my shoulder.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore you.
And then he makes himself cozy as if he's sleeping in a bed while purring the entire freaking time. Yeah, it's hard to put him down.
This one's all mine! Burn! Here I come!
Elusive
Get
genie.
through!
Where are you going?
What real pain feels like? Forgive me.
Here I go.
This is my fault.
I'll smash you!
It looks like you got this now. I'm out of ammo.
Grinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen. You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
Okay, here I go! Now I can let loose!
Lightning.
Here I come! Here through! It's time! It's over!
Can't get out of this!
Require complete focus.
I'm grateful.
Demon Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! Slash!
Let the marksman handle this.
Take this! Everlasting
Demon
This
Knight.
one's all mine!
Negative
Remote!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Leave the chargers to me.
There!
They just keep coming.
This thing's putting us through our paces.
Here I come!
Astral energy.
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Ah, well, he has 200,000 HP. It's fine.
Gemini Aqua.
You don't know me. Shut up, boy. So shut up, boy. So shut up, boy. So shut up. I got come on, come on, Molly. Come on, cat.
Take this!
Awesome.
I never miss.
You're finished!
Hello. Ooda. Come on, me. Got the bad girl. Good girl,
And tonight's meal is on you.
Goodbody, got it. Get out of come on, come there. Now.
Simply incredible.
Hello. Edo. Come on, good the bad girl. Good girl, come and the old good.
Ancient ruin.
Bad girl. Good girl, body, got the idea that come on, let's go. And yes, right game for tomorrow. Last leg of the journey, question mark.
It won't end like this.
Do you require a hand? Take this!
And the bad girl, good girl, come on, I see that, good. Banana, bad girl, good girl, come on, everybody, cut the banana, you don't know me. Shut up, boy. Shut up, boy. Shut up, boy. Shut up, shut up.
Between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of wailing.
No escape! The most peculiar taste. Slash!
Just let
Pierce through! Swallow blade! Struck!
annihilation.
It's over! Slash! Take this!
I can't hold on much longer. Where are you going?
This one's all mine!
Radiant here.
Ignite! You'll pay for that! Here I come! Sonic thrust!
In a bind?
Why the fuck do you people keep dying? Crying out loud. Stop it.
Pierce through! You're mine!
Sometimes the best
You're mine!
follows you.
Sonic thrust! You're
I can feel the medicine working.
now!
Great days here in heaven and earth. Evil.
I'm not done!
Just what the doctor ordered. Freeze Lancer.
See what I can do!
Shine.
Radiant light! Force of regeneration! It's in your hands. I'm nearly done. Stay away from my friends!
Freeze Lancer.
I have no limits!
Dance in the wind.
Damn it. Fucking asshole.
Here I come!
Wasted my fucking over limit.
I'm not done! It's over! Swallow blade! Air pressure!
How the fuck am I dying so goddamn easily? Seriously.
Here I come!
I had full fucking health and then suddenly I'm dead. Okay.
Begin!
All
Here I
disasters
come!
made one.
Ready and quick!
For the helix of purity.
This isn't looking good!
Flame of justice.
Now you see what I can do! Take this! It's over!
Mine.
Take this! Sonic thrust!
By the power of water.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down. Arcade waterfall.
Sonic thrust! They smite
In here.
me!
Get out there with. Yes.
Shine! Radiant
Is this
light.
it?
Force of Benediction. I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
In a bind?
No escape!
Gale force.
Slash!
Hit him in the sack.
Wind healer.
And I'm still struggling with
Thanks
this.
so much.
This thing is 68. I'm 40 something.
Have you the helix of purity?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'm not Not today!
On your knees.
Here I go. Tempest zero.
Air pressure! Great!
Will this help?
Catapult!
Lightning orb. Healing in your dreams. What would I? Oh, violent starting
Take
wind.
this!
Car pound. Crossblade. A chain between heaven and earth.
Stalagmite.
I can't. A wailing banshee of lightning. Seven in here. Well, this will come in handy.
I'm gonna need
Healing
more of that
circle.
medicine.
Photon blast.
Now I can let loose!
Hey, one at a time. Here's the evil. Holy land.
Ready and ready! I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Under half now.
I'm not done!
Now you see what I can do. Forth, the helix of purity. What would I do without you?
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Another wave?
How long do we have to deal with this?
They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Lidwell. Can't
I'm
get out
not
of
scared.
this.
I'm totally fine.
And of course they throw in more fucking assholes. Little bastards to help
Ignite.
kill me. As if I'm not struggling enough against the big one.
Shield. Don't mind if I do.
It's over.
Mega ray. Lightning condemned.
You're mine.
Thunder blade. Illuminate.
You're finished. You're mine. Pierce through. No escape. It's over. Power surges through me. Not done yet. Here I come. Struck. Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regeneration. Allow me to help you.
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side.
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regeneration.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. The chain between heaven and earth.
one's all
Fierce
mine.
evil. A
You picked the wrong
whirling
fight.
lightning. Freeze laser.
I can't move.
Jesus fucking Christ, this is ridiculous.
Here I come. I carved through armor. You're finished. From beyond. Take this. Imbue this thing. Can't get out of this. I'm not done. Take this. Slice. No escape. Slice. Swallow blade.
All right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Resuscitation. In here.
Will this help?
Let's get you off of the way.
This one's all mine. Eat dirt.
What the?
I owe you one.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Pierce through. Swallow. I can carve through armor. Remember.
Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Thank you.
You're mine. You're ours. You're mine. We swallow blade. Struck. Shine. Radiant light.
Quickly running out of fucking life bottles because I keep getting killed by these fucking things.
Sonic thrust. No. It can't end
I
here.
can't fucking dodge when it's attack after attack after fucking attack.
From beyond. Imbue.
They should not have added these fucking little bird things
Not a chance.
to this already fucking difficult fight.
No escape. This one's all mine.
Dance in the wind.
Eat dirt.
In here.
Blade. You're
Shattering all these pieces.
I'm ready.
Radiant
Light burst forth.
denizen.
Not a chance.
Do it.
Totally. In an instant. Impact block. We work well together.
Like a finely timed job.
Primed and ready.
No spell for you, fuckhead.
Blade.
I never miss.
It's over.
In a bind. Here's a healing art.
Now you see what I can do.
I'm in your debt.
Resonate with the earth. Take this. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Slash. Here I
Get on
come.
in there
No
together.
escape. Swallow blade. I'm not done.
Benediction light.
Chain between glacial spear. Pierce evil. A wailing banshee of lightning. Freeze laser.
Radiant light.
Fuck didn't think heal me. Good God.
Regenerate.
Air thrust. Hold on to your arm. Here I come. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Rending you apart.
Freeze laser.
Resonate with the earth. I'm not done.
Here, let me help.
Rending you apart.
Forgive me.
For fuck's sake.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy land. I can do it all.
You're mine.
A new ally.
You're finished!
It's weakened.
This ends now!
Force of regeneration. Tenderfall. Seal.
Now I can let loose. I
Kill.
Now I can let loose.
In a bind?
Photon blast. Up and at him. Let's
Resonate with the earth.
go. Chain between
And of course, I'm rolling into fucking tornadoes. What the fucking hell, man?
heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning. Divine savior.
You're mine!
Camera angles are not fucking prepped
Cascading.
good for this goddamn twister bullshit to be avoiding it.
Escape! Armor won't save you! It's on!
Last leg of this fucking thing. It better be the last goddamn stage.
Take this!
That's the big.
Strike! You're finished! This should do it!
Here's a
I'm
healing
not
arm.
done!
I still have
Take this!
days.
Strike!
Raging
Swallow
cascade.
blade!
Mega
It's
ray.
over!
Now we're not
Can't get out of this!
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Oh.
This one's mine. Take it. And again.
Shine! Radiant light!
Here I go. Go. I never miss.
Regenerate! Okay, here I go! Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art. I'm almost in.
My prayers coming from you.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help? Oh,
You're mine!
Armor won't save you. Healing circle.
Is this what real pain feels?
Mega ray.
I'm not done!
I'm on sleep now. Will this help? Healing circle.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my thorns.
Shion.
Not in your dreams.
It's in your...
It can't be happening.
You're mine!
Fucking ridiculously stupid.
I can feel the medicine working. Lightning orb.
Can't fucking control the goddamn camera angles well enough to avoid the goddamn twisters. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this goddamn battle. I really don't. I realize I'm severely under fucking leveled, but it's still fucking ridiculously stupid how they set it up.
There!
Will this help?
It's too much! Take this!
Go.
Okay, here I go!
Dance on the wind.
Take this!
Here, one each
Swallow
one.
blade!
This one's mine.
I'm not done! It's over! Take this! I'm not done!
Force of regeneration.
It's over!
Lunar corruption, tempest.
Regenerate.
Lunar
not done.
strike. It's showtime. Here goes. Not on my watch. There you go. Don't let up.
Ignite! Onwards! Take this! Strike!
Shining supernova.
Anything normal is all mine.
Purge malevolence.
You're
Healing
mine.
waterfall.
Resonate with the earth.
Searing flood.
10,000.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Here I come!
Here, let me help.
Pierce through!
Tempest whirl.
I don't know if I got a fucking pinched nerve or what, but both my fucking arms are numb.
Help this puddle!
Eating tile
Lightning fang! Thunder! Illuminate the power cloud action!
Brilliant.
Glacial sphere!
wide open.
It won't escape me.
Here I come. This one's all mine. Nothing today. Double leap. In an instant. Impact block.
It's go time!
This should do it. Radiant light. Force of regeneration.
At this point, we're practically sitting ducks.
Alphen, I've got this.
Right. I'll handle the rest.
Arnex coming
Chill.
through!
Heads up, Alphen.
This is our chance. A weak point. You're mine. Sonic thrust. Damn it. Looks like we're gonna have to take care of these first. Swallow blade. Ka! Slash.
Fuck, we are.
Swallow blade. I'm not done. Sonic
Yeah.
thrust. That did it. Take this. Slash. Pierce through. Demon fang. Double demon fang. Take this.
I'm losing control. Have a bar. No, you want my kiss, 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 baby. Hush, 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 baby. Go, da, go, go. Give it to me. Oh, give it to me. Come to me. Oh, give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, give it. Roll, you fucking idiot.
You're mine.
Mario.
We did it.
About fucking
Yeah.
time.
The astral energy is dispersing. It shouldn't cause any more problems.
Whew, that was harrowing. Now that we've taken care of that light, I guess all that's left to do is tell Bayfont.
Yeah,
You okay, Rinwell?
I'm fine. This whole thing just reminded me how different I am. I'm a freak that doesn't belong on Dana or Rena, even if I don't look like it from the outside.
I mean, sure. Maybe it's a little unusual that you can use magic. But if we're talking about unusual...
I didn't have memories, a face, or a sense of pain. Everyone called me Iron Mask. And then on top of that, I was born over 300 years ago. If anyone's a freak, it's me.
Join the club. I have my thorns. Dohalim's a Renan lord who gave up his title. And Kisara believes Danans and Renans can live in peaceful coexistence together.
And I used to work for the Snake Eyes, remember?
Wow, Law, that's so
You
weird.
guys,
And... Oh, and my feet get stinky real easily, too.
Too much information, Law.
Yeah, but Alphen, you do that thing where you grind your teeth really loudly in your sleep.
I don't see how that's... Wait, I do? Well, at least it's not as bad as when you...
When I what?
Whoa, guys! Why are we even arguing about this?
You're the one who made this weird.
thanks everyone. It makes me so happy to have such caring friends. I need to be better at not keeping this stuff bottled up. But I'm gonna work on it. So don't worry about me, okay?
I wonder if she perceives being a mage to be a source of continual obligation.
Rinwell's
Oh
pretty
look,
much the only
multiple
one left.
levels. I'm now 49.
Sometimes I think it might have been easier for her to have just kept it hidden, but I guess that... So at this point, it's safe to say we've beaten all of those things that we saw flying out of the wedge, yeah?
Yes.
His skin
there were 4
keratin has
lights,
been
so that should be all of them
sleeping
now.
for 300
They
years.
put up a good fight, but we beat them right back down again, huh?
Weren't you even a little scared while we were fighting them?
A little.
But we still managed to beat them with our own hands. That's what matters here.
Yeah, exactly.
I do hope that really is the last we see of them.
Each one seemed to be unique and correspond to a different element. I doubt there are more of them running around out there that we don't know about. Wouldn't you agree?
Why did you look at Dohalim when you said that?
No big reason. I just figured I stole some of his usual thunder by explaining it. I know how much he loves to do that.
You know him well at this point.
We finally made it.
Crap!
See freaks again, what are you doing these? Did you stalk me all the way here? I hope the old man turns and bops him on the head. No, I asked him to look for you and check out that light. you're talking to none other than the Blazing Sword and his crew. Indeed we are. To that end, we've come to inform you that the matter has been addressed. Worry no more. Oh, great, thanks, but I still don't like the look of that girl. You should take her with you and get out of our realm, now. Someone punch him, please. As you wish. Torvent, what the hell? Why are you picking on this girl? Because she's a Downen who can use astral arts. Oh, because that's a reason. Oh, shit. What?
Yeah.
Is that true? Yes, I can sense astral energy and manipulate its flow. I come from a long line of Downen mages, to tell the truth. Ah, never heard of. That's because we've always lived in hiding. I'm the only one of us left, so you don't have to worry about anyone else. You heard her. She's a monster. A monster who's going to invite more disaster if she leaves here. Now get the hell out of here. Where's my sword? I wish to fillet him like a fish.
Wait!
Stop right there. Why are you so afraid of her over a simple astral art? Surely you were accustomed to the sight of Renans once employing them here, even if it was unfortunately to harm you all. Why shun her so vehemently when she's one of your own kind? Because Dawnans like her aren't supposed to exist. They just aren't. According to who? I mean, seriously. Where's my knife? Where's my rusted knife?
See.
So you fear her because she defies common sense, alright. But aren't you all just as unusual in your own right? You all overthrew a Renan Lord and now run this realm yourselves. That's not, quote, supposed to happen either, is it now, is it? Well, yeah, but history is made by those who defy conventional wisdom. Those who stand on the front lines are often deemed deviants in their own time. In that sense, both of you here are rather unusual, yet you both united in your desire to free Dana of its subjugation. Why, one might go as far as to say you two are comrades in arms. Grr. Ha ha ha. You sure have a way with words. I don't think you're going to win this fight, Torvin. Look, she's done a lot. She was able to track down that light and even help rescue you. You should be glad we have someone like her on our side. She's a great asset with her powers. You two, Belfon. But I guess you do have a point. Yeah, speaking of point, where's my rusty fillet knife, damn it? Alright, I won't claim I've put entirely behind me, but I won't ask you to leave Mahag Saar any longer. When the fuck was he asking? He was demanding. You're welcome to stay here as long as you wish. I'll make sure you're taken care of. It's the least I can do to repay you. Oh, great, thank you.
Huh?
Excuse me, huh? I kindly ask that you dare not attempt to lure my esteemed colleague away from us. She is a rare soul who truly appreciates the history and culture of the world, as do I. Talking to her brings true joy to my life. What the fucking hell, Delorium? I would therefore rather not lose that companionship. Really? Thank you very much. Ha. Ha ha ha. You are a funny guy, you really are. So you and she share some of their hobbies. I've got to admit, the more I talk to you, the more normal she looks in comparison. Yeah. I like you, Renan. You're alright. I finished my work for the day. What do you say we grab a drink together? Yes, let's. I was just thinking of doing the same. But why stop at one? Let's drink the night away, my friend. Oh, fucking brother. Now you're talking. You all are welcome to tag along too. Today, drinks are on me.
Maybe it's not so bad being a mage after all. What matters is that I found people who accept me for who I am. Mage or not. As long as I have that, I think I'll be okay. And after everything they've done for me, I guess I can't say it matters if they're Renan or not either.
Baby, na 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 kamato, na 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 kamona ke, na 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 kamato. Knock, knock at my door. Knock, 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 knock at my door. Knock, 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 knock at my door. Na 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 knock at my door. Na 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 knock at my door. You'll regret that in the morning. I don't think it's gonna take that long.
You're looking pretty content.
Yeah. I feel like life's taken a turn for the better all of a sudden.
Oh, that's good to hear. But why did you say you felt that way?
Oh, why can't you be more like Dohalim?
What?
Because he wouldn't be the comic relief if he was more like Dohalim. Okay, where the hell is it again? Oh, right there.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Giddy.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, Then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissalma too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
I gotta wonder how all of them are going to fit on that ship.
Xion?
She had to pee, Alphen, for crying out loud.
Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own?
She needed privacy, duh.
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
She ain't gonna shoot him. Come on now.
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Now knock the gun out of her hand and give her a big sloppy kiss. Crying out loud.
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone.
Well, that explains why she was so damn standoffish.
For right now. In a little while longer. I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Okay, now we gotta talk to everybody and get their
The end of the
full
world.
scope of the situation.
That's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Xion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Xion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Xion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Xion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Xion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Xion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Xion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Ay, sama kidding.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use
Yes,
the
her
blazing
dress is
sword
pretty.
and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore.
No, but you should.
I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace.
Except Shion, she's apparently immortal.
I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
But if they cure her thorns, she too will become mortal.
Thank you.
What they're hypothesizing on, at least.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Now kiss and make up already. Good God.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Okay.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What?
Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, yes. To be honest, when I first saw Shion in that dress, I
Quit it!
was absolutely captivated.
All right, I think that's enough fun for one day.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
They don't have much time left. We should get down already. Haha, yes.
Mind if I join you, Law?
Oh, hey, Alphen. What's up?
Nothing. I was just surprised to see you weren't training for once. Got a stomach ache or something?
You know I don't literally train around the clock, right? I do take breaks.
Do you? It seems like you're training every chance you get.
Well, yeah, it can't be helped if I want to get stronger. Still, it's important to let your muscles rest every now and then. That's what my dad told me anyway.
Zephyr said that?
When I was a little kid, yeah. I would get so excited whenever he came home. I always followed him wherever he went and tried to learn as much from him as I could. He said, it's good to be passionate, but don't overdo it. Just like there are times when you want to take a break from studying, sometimes your body wants to take a break from training too. I was always rushing around and forgetting to rest, so he ended up telling me that a lot.
That definitely sounds like him.
It's nothing to get sad over. Still, I can't help but wonder if that was my dad's way of teaching me the dangers of rushing into things too quickly. Then again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I wish I'd had more time to talk to him about this kind of stuff. See you guys tomorrow.
Probably some leftover oatmeal.
I feel pretty refreshed after that sleep.
Select the Tartarus.
Well, it's the
Bigger
moment
on
of
the
truth.
inside.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
That's a pretty marble in the sky.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
Take
How
a
much
name
longer
that's easy
until
to
we
say
reach
while
Lenegis?
crashing into the ocean.
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shionne? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life. For as long as I can remember. They called it treatment. But in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dahna in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
At least that wasn't long and drawn out. Shit. Last one.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
Yeah, it's
What do you mean?
With
Wrap
the amount
up
of fighting
dialogue.
we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
yeah, it's super close to the end. Then I start the DLC.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is!
I'm watching
Ross
the
blushing!
reels.
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis' infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
And you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Hi, Unicorn. How are
You're
you?
such a loudmouth. You sure can be a worrywart at times.
Hi, Arena.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
How was your stream this
There's
morning?
Zeugles out
Sorry I
here
missed
too,
it,
huh?
but it
Sounds
looked
we
like you were
can't afford to
streaming
let
at
our
like
guard down after all.
4:43 a.m. my time, so yeah, there's no way in hell I can get myself out of bed at that hour. Your interwebs crept out. Oh. Oh, I'm glad it went well for you. I'd say nope. I
What in
got
the
just for
world?
you. Nope. Not going back
This
to bed.
being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegus changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
I know.
An old friend.
Hey,
Thank you for the
Dohalim,
stock.
Don't tell me you've
Oh.
started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
It's a nice nickname, Doe.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegus are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegus has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Okay, so to catch you up somewhat, Shion's immortal. Her thorns are going to destroy both worlds. And yeah, I don't know what else you might have missed because you pop in and out at times that I don't know. But you can find everything on YouTube. Well, just about. Like a milkshake. I'm gonna export part 7 to YouTube right now. Milkshake, shake, shake. weekend editions were basically just me just chasing down giant freaking monsters and getting really pissed off this morning about it. That final battle was a pain in the ass and beyond bullshit, but yeah.
What could be so
Milkshake.
important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just
Destruction of both worlds, duh.
unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many
Apparently
lords
he
over
was,
the
yeah.
centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
What's really strange to me, though, the Renans have no idea who the hell their sovereign is. Their government structure seems to be that like a king, but decrees are not issued, and when decrees are not issued, they just accept it like, oh, well, we must not be privy to this. I'm just like, what the fuck? Fancy parfait, woo!
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Anyone else injured? gives off a sovereignly, like, vibe. Of course, he doesn't want to be a lord. He just wants to focus on arts and music. But duty calls, blah, 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 blah. You know, rich kid troubles.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to
I'll be
finally
right
meet
back.
you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, That one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Yes, you.
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
For you.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start.
The
For
beats
sake of
that are
liberating Dana,
great.
too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Remember to leave the scare. Move fast that I feel like a
I
monster.
didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one
Yep,
thinks
they
to question
defeated
it.
Volron.
You have experience in that
But the
regard
body
yourself,
was never...
do you not?
Unquestioning
Found.
acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say
Renans
anything
can't
for sure.
see her.
For all we
Unless
know,
she wants to be
might
seen.
be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Kisara should probably include a paddle.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
Come on now.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegus now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegus. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
You want to know which lord I support? Why, are you out canvassing for someone? He's with Balsif. Consider him to be a giant brute. He knows he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. Fair to say.
Yes!
Blah blah blah. Stands up to any who may do harm.
Yes!
Okay, so he's
Balsif had it in
basically.
him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
the Balsif wanted to increase the standing of every member of his house, not just his own standing. Weird. He didn't come off like that. And she supports Doe. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from famed House Icarus, and his name Lord Doleheim. This is a side quest. So I'm just...
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegus then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
I'm just summarizing because it's a side quest. And, yeah. Boring ass poems are not my thing. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy some poetry, but that was just like, what the fuck is this? And this one supports House Valkyrus. Don't tell me you work for Doleheim or Dreadful Lord Andromeda. Served Ganabelts. Okay. Many think him to be a cruel man. They're mistaken. He can be strict, puts Rena's interests front and center like no one else, advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegus, we should be colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way we will become masters of both worlds and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become the great sovereign.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign...
Don't get me wrong, Doleheim's a good character, but reading poetry about him from
also had people he cared about until the very end.
some
Why
random
couldn't he
band.
extend that to us, Dan?
Why? Okay. I found no one who supported Eldramea or Volcron, but hey, I guess they're not important. Ooh la la. I feel like, oh my god, oh la la.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed.
Okay,
The effects of Lenegus...
here we go.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Canaris. I must ask you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house ruled over the esteemed Lord Eldramea. Ah! She's as much of a... Never noticed how in the history of Londoness, only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest. She's... Not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, she removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. So, this woman supports Eldramea because she's...
came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
I'm looking around. Whoa, 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 whoa. You think I'm in control? Whoa, 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 whoa. You think you're in control? Control, control, control. Think you're in control? My cherry kisses. I'm like a purple rain. Cause I'm your fantasy, the one you can't contain.
Ridiculous.
How loathsome. I was just reading about Volron. How can I help you? Always an ardent supporter of Hildreth. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. Lord Irwigil is a true water lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident like they say. Hang on. As for how Volron runs Ganeth Haros, they don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where to the victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, what sort of family line is this house necessary of his anyway? Never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. It must be ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of sending a lordship is unheard of. Never makes any sense, not to mention all the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently
Come
than the
on,
rest of us.
come on.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're
Come
known
on,
for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy,
Come on,
so they tend to grow up
gata.
fiercely competitive.
Come on,
But their loyalty to their people is also strong.
come on,
It's what
now.
brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they
Alpha
weren't bad
Gemia
because
was
they were
fucking
Renans,
monster.
or because
Okay.
they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
No, and
Wow. Am I wrong?
Andromeda was definitely a monster.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Come on, goodbye. Come on. Maybe try a different browser. Twitch is being a pain in the ass. On one, try a different one.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves. The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
If I had to take a guess, the Renans are manufactured Denons. Altered by science and magic.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
She is super delulu. Because we saw the cutscene, the flashback. That's a lady in red.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no
Delahim
exception.
killed his best friend in combat because his
Before,
best friend wanted
back in
the...
Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean
He
what
didn't
you
want
said
the crown.
about letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Anyway, Dohalim fought his best friend, wound up killing him because his best friend just would not stop coming. Act of self-defense. And yet he felt incredibly guilty about taking his friend's life. I mean, why wouldn't he? But that very, very stupid lady sees things entirely differently. Like, he was supposed to die instead of the other guy because she was in love with him. Okay, no, that's not how things work.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
As I said,
Despite
by his
Faria's
views.
lower class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat,
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
And your friend would still be dead.
Shionne's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me.
Yeah, that crazy woman was
Thanks to you that
Faria.
I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Come on, no, 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 no. Come on, no, no, no. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe. I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Hey. Hell, I don't have enough money for that. Don't have enough money for that either. Shit. Oh, come on now, no, no, no. Come on now, no, no, no. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on now. See how much money I can get from all this shit. Looking like a good amount so far. Come on, no, 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 no. Come on, no, 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 no. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. All the shit that I haven't been selling finally coming in really handy. Next one. Just a couple more. You don't know who your favorite character is yet? That's okay. You don't have to have a favorite character. You can be like, I love them both. Oh my god, I love this guy because this. I love this guy because this. Collecting a lot of stuff proves useful. Yes, it does. Proven to be useful more than once, that's for sure. Whereas most of the time, stuff proving to be useful to collect doesn't usually involve this much crap. I don't have a dark main. What the hell? Whatever. I have to equip this one instead. Mega Fauna Bone? I could have sworn I had some of those. Dark main. I don't have that either. Damn it. Dark main. Damn it. Of course. Her book is actually stronger anyway. There. I need to update their armors as necessary. There we go.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
Damn it.
Oh, you like
Lenegis
Poodle?
soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Helden.
Favorite
I
character.
command you.
City must be erased.
No. Have they been
Zephyr.
brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
In a bind?
An astral beast?
That's my cue. Where are you going?
Shut him down!
Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Illuminate the dark!
Reflect on thy sins.
It's almost too strong!
The Sphere. Lost father dies in the second chapter.
In an instant! Impact block!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Come on. Ah, it's cute. It'll need to die, but it's cute.
Discourteous, aren't you?
You're mine! It's time!
Lunar corruption!
Eat dirt!
Reflect on thy sins.
Take this!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Lightning condemned!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me!
It's over!
Take this!
Here I come! Swallow blade! It's on! Strike!
Can't get out of this!
It's over! Not today!
I'm ready! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Feel the cuteness before it's over.
Everlasting dark!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Oh, there's a dark main for me. Yay. Well, that does me good at the moment.
Little help!
You're mine!
Mega ray!
Sonic thrust!
Flame!
Now!
Lightning!
Here I come!
Swallow
blade!
blade!
Strike!
Burning bright!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Now we're nice! Take this!
Sonic thrust! No
The
escape!
waters of creation!
Take this! Slash! Strike!
The waters
If you're curious why I chose Zephyr rather than any of the main characters, it's because Zephyr had a brain. He fought what he wanted to.
Eat dirt!
He fought for what he stood for.
It's over! Take this!
Take this!
True to himself till the very end, when he lost his head, quite literally.
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Blood! Rending you apart! Being interrupted!
Here I come! Demon Fang!
Raging
Swallow
Destiny
blade!
Wall!
Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help! First
It's
aid!
on! I owe you one.
Whereas Elfin has lost heart, became a whiny little bitch, you know, that kind of typical trope of, oh, I must feel sorry for myself.
No gun shall break this night!
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact block!
We're still standing. Barely.
It's probably because I didn't know Zelda long enough to know. To be annoyed by something that he's done that I like him the best. Don't get me wrong, I do like the other characters as well. The character development has been incredibly great in this game. I just don't like the trope of I must feel like a whiny little bitch. I really don't. I feel that enough in my own game, right? But that having it being conveyed in my video games as well.
Blow them away! Not a chance! It's too fast! 10 back! I'll ship it up! Swallow blade! On your knees! In a vine! Take this! I'm not done!
Ooh la la!
This one's got your name
Aye.
Action to action! Now! You're mine!
Where are you going?
Sonic thrust!
Do it! Here's your water! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go. No choice! Now you'll learn! You picked the wrong fight! Damn it! Take this!
Glacial shield! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Armor won't save you!
Do it!
You're totally in an instant! Impact Claw! Now!
Take
Take this! Sonic thrust!
Hey! Little Squidward!
Have a nice walk.
I think we're about to be real lucky.
Shortcake, yay! In other news, I've already got 70.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand?
Ish
Oh,
dollars in credits stored up for
can't get out of this! This one's all mine!
what's going
Pass on the handshake.
Can you take it? Take this! Elusive deity! I'm not done!
Star Wars Outlaws,
Swallow blade!
Divine save your hands in the wind.
which means I'll be dropping that price down to 30 from the 109
That'll bring you
that I
down.
plan to pick up.
Take this! In a vine!
Because I'm getting the gold edition, which includes DLCs. 20 bucks more, and I'd have cosmetics, but I just don't see that as worth it.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Try not a chance! No escape! Sonic thrust! Burn!
Time to die!
No
Okay.
escape! It's over! I'll grind you into dust! Take this! Captivity!
Right?
No escape!
Unfortunately, it's
In a vine!
being dropped in
Slash!
like less than a week.
You're mine!
About a week, actually.
Thanks! Take this!
Now you see what I can do.
3-day pre-release is out next Tuesday. I think that's 11 p.m. or some shit, like it usually is.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
How the hell are you still alive?
Eat this!
I said die.
You're mine! I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
And I want to pre-order the thing, so yeah. Otherwise, I could just continually
hard-won
build
victory.
up my credit and get it completely for free, but yeah, no. I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but Goodbye Rise of the Ronin. That's another game that's gone on my list of to plays. My list is almost inexhaustible, you know? Because not only do I have my Xbox games, I have my PlayStation games. And then with the capture card, I have all the game systems I can hook up for that. I have PC games I could be playing.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
There's a healing art!
No! Take this! I'm not done!
Where are you going?
I know I was talking about it, but I don't know if I mentioned I actually picked it up or not.
Phoenix Cyclone!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
But yeah, my list of games I wish to play on Twitch, almost inexhaustible. Because by the time I finish one game, I've got 5 more that's added.
Is it too late to talk over our differences? In a bind?
Like I might play,
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
Yuna's something or another dungeon. It's a cute little game I picked up at some point on my PlayStation.
In an instant! Impact block!
Take it!
My turn!
Go! Go!
Strike! It's over!
Dance in the wind!
Not done!
Air thrust! The waters of creation!
Did watch the capture card test first 30 seconds. Were kind of funny with the audio, then it gets annoying as fuck. Of course it does. It was super fucking annoying dealing with that, but if you watch the second capture card test and then go towards the end, it's
Astral energy!
Say no more!
goes silent. And then you hear my voice, and
Nicely
it's like,
done.
oh, I think I finally figured this shit out. Of course, I'll have to tweak it if I ever do set it up, but I think I figured out the controls.
Now you see what I can do! You're finished!
Corruption!
Ignite!
Lunar blast!
Take this!
I can't let the hatred consume me!
Take this!
Ghost illuminate this world! Into the shadows! Holy
Can't get out of this!
Holy land! Here goes! Now!
It's just really
In an instant!
difficult for me to do on my own,
Do it!
My turn!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
the tweaking thing, because I can't mute that mic. So it's going
Am I
to
on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
either be me trying to listen to myself and then have it repeating, or it's going to be me literally doing a test, stopping the stream, making sure it's good. This is a 6-minute video I have watched at the end. I was able to understand you okay, but it was pretty quiet from your voice, but it shouldn't be a problem.
This
Well,
must
like I
be
said,
it.
I think I figured out
The
the
entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
controls, so I might be able
But
to
it's
turn
just
that
a wall.
mic up.
How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
Look into the past.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imeris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Not exactly. I mean,
She
the
really
hair
does
was
look like
completely
Shion.
different.
I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dahna's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? how are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's
It's a
here.
boom.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Darkness, la 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 la.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zeugles like that before.
How? That was a stone that looked suspiciously like a master sword.
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zeugles, then we get some answers. Aim for the weak spot. Eat this! Pierce through!
Is a big boom, please.
You're mine!
Swallow Blade can't get out of this!
Take this!
Resonate with the
Sonic
earth!
thrust!
On your knees!
You're mine!
Let the marksman handle this.
Thanks!
I never miss. Lightning raging cascade. Gemini Aqua.
You're finished!
Annihilate Malevolence. Rock, rock, rock.
I'm not done!
Captivity!
You're
Sleep
finished!
now. I'm all stocked up. More time.
Sonic begin!
No
I'll
further!
stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara.
Take this!
Raging storm.
You picked the wrong fight!
This thing's only 45, I think, seriously. This,
Air thrust.
Last 3 creatures I fought were stronger than this thing.
In a bind? Here I come! Slash! Try harder! I'm not done! I owe you one! Slash! I'm not done! It's over! You're mine! Soaring blast!
Glacial spear.
Now you see what I can do! They smite
Now.
with blackened blade! Sonic thrust! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Illuminate the dark.
Swallow blade!
Holy glimmer.
Execution!
On
your
the
way.
sky is mine. This one's mine.
You're finished!
Annihilation. It's about to strike.
Can't get out of this! Look sharp, everyone!
Mega ray.
Can you take it? Take this! Dance on the wind! Slash! Try hard! My turn! On your knees! Strike!
The waters of peace. Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Double Demon Fang! Sword Alpha! Ready and rare! I'll smash you! This one's all mine! Elusive Escape! Ignite! Soaring Blast! You're mine! In a bind? I'm not done! You're finished! Here I come! Begin! Pierce through! I owe you one! You're finished!
Gale
The Tempest engulfs you! Rending you apart! Slash! Bloody
I already beat a level 52.
Got him on the run!
Sylph was 68, I think.
Too much! Radiant it's over! Four can't get out of this! Ready and raring!
We have the energy! First aid!
That move!
Here comes a big one! Let me free you of your power!
Last 3 creatures I fought were 60s to 70s. Seriously. So there's 40 something. I'm 49. Or at least I was last I checked.
Swallow blade!
This is a 45. Yeah.
Dance on the wind! Time to let it
And
rip!
then just kill me one time, I'll be a little express that.
They smite with blackened blade! Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha! Showtime! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Benediction Light! Take it! Totally! In an instant! Impact Clock!
Sylph, Ifrit, Gnome, Udin, they were all in the 60s.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Why is Instagram being so fucking stupid?
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you
Problem
so
is,
sure I
my
wasn't lying?
Stupid fucking
I like to think I
Instagram
know
keeps
you a little
fucking
better
up.
than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others.
So my Instagram will give me a notification.
That's
I
what
hit the
living's all
notification.
about.
It doesn't
Being
open
able to
the
still
fucking
make a
notification.
difference.
It opens the main
Punishing
page
yourself for the
and doesn't
past
show me what the
won't
hell I
make
tried
the
to
pain
open.
of your conscience go away.
What the hell's the
fixing
point of a
problem
notification if it
instead.
doesn't lead me to where
Is that what you're
trying to
saying?
go?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
Come on, come down, come
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
All did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Shucks. We're on the same team, right?
Do you think Faria
That is
was
annoying
being
as having a
controlled
work
by
meeting
someone?
today.
Certainly seem that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Yeah, I have a work meeting today. Going to be pointless and wasting my time, but whatever.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Is the audio still bugging?
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I have a work meeting today. It's at 4 p.m., which means I'll have to quit earlier than what I want, but what can I do? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Come on, come on, da day. Come on, come on, come me. Oops, baby. Come on, come on, like a dude, like crazy. Ow, 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 ow. Come on, like a dude. Go to the camera.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now.
Come on, go.
It was more than that.
Come on, now.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... Like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. Nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is...
I'll try not to forget food.
These really are Naori's memories we're watching. There could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorn...
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait, he might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Really me, I'm a cherry on top, yeah. Really me, I'm a cherry on top, yeah.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Really me, I'm a cherry on top, yeah. Really me, I'm a cherry on top, yeah. Really me, I'm a cherry on top, yeah. So this is where I'm supposed to go.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look
And I
through
had
that room
zero
over there.
choice.
I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Thank you. Seems to be a long list of names.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
A ream
About
is
the Lords?
roughly
Why would
500.
they be on there?
Formerly
Think about it.
480.
The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever
NA,
crowned
not
sovereign
available.
after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Hey, what's this? The hell, the detachable harvester. Massive spirit vessel placement on Donna for a spirit channel ceremony. Serves as the tip of wickedness. Landing in down in waters expends 2 sets of conducting pathways. Blah, 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 blah. This construction adjustment take place in the zone's regulator area of Leganis. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dawn after exploding due to rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Detachable Harvester 2 landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. Blah, blah, blah. So this Leganis is a large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Donna's astral energy and transmits it to Reyna. So in other words, this freaking thing that they're on, due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to the residential zone. However, because it only takes place during the final stage of the Spirit Channel ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Leganis serves as a central base of operations for management and execution of contests of Dana. Any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. sedative mask. It is developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Prolonged use of the mask carries a risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dada's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. Test subject 10105 serves as the realm's current realm and has achieved this without any use of special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it was done by sheer governance. Wow. Okay. So they knew what Voltron, whatever the fuck his name was doing up here. They did nothing to stop it. Master cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belongs to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these cores are loaned to Renan Lords at the time of the crown contest. And they kept everything else a secret, including the Dark Master Core. And so the force field astral energy is stored in a dormant state. During the duration of the tenure, each Lord completes the crown contest to master a lot of the type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each Lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Design flaws have been discovered in how Renas Alma materializes. Be advised that active Master Cores may resonate with other Master Cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Due to successful regeneration of Renas Alma, Master Cores will cease to be deployed and the Master Crown the crown contest will be permanently halted. So what the hell are the point of the spirit cores? And terminals used for collection. When embedded in biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. These connections are used to amass astral energy, generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Feeling like a villain, yeah, because this emitted energy is prone to misuse, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means the Danans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that the spirit cores be retrieved from the host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Increased physical load on the host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yield is still pending. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority, as well as one of the 5 elemental realms to administer and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated elements. Selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever. I should check the IG chat. Okay. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a Master Course powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Unique Adjustment Index tests. Following is a report on the second successful case. Boron generation not available. Unique available. Strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risk it poses surpass even those of the last successful test subject. Self a failure and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Fuck's sake. How high are the chances she'll be bringing home a ferret? Not at all. She doesn't have that kind of money. Subject is to be evaluated under assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and dispatched to Donna under disguise of serving as a board. Okay. So he was literally dispatched under the guise of serving as the Lord, which means the accident wasn't an accident whatsoever. It's very good, because we don't have room in this place for a freaking ferret. Room unchanged for 3 centuries. It's like time stopped. Woo! That's what the box said. I mean, minus the woo. Notice this area will now shut down as project proceeds to the final phase. What project? The Sovereign Project? What is the purpose of this said project? Weird. Equipment is monitoring subjects. It probably has a failure disposal mechanism as well.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
I had it for it once. She was smelly.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went
Still
above and
miss
beyond
old
the Call of Duty.
fucker though. She was a good
Even
girl.
with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Ferrets are fun though. I have no problem with owning a ferret, it's just we don't have any fucking room here. Yo. Beep beep.
This place.
Beep,
We've
beep,
seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
Come on, come on,
After
come on.
300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
I see blood and fire.
This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now.
Blah blah
Nor is the
blah.
Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult,
Blah
Alphen,
blah.
but there will be
Keep
time to
walking.
dwell on the past later.
Keep walking. Blah
For
blah
now, we
blah.
need to keep moving.
Blah
Come on.
blah blah. Keep talking. Keep walking. Ring ring on the bell. Come on, gala. Come on, the song. Come on, the camanada.
Naori. What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this
She
another
is the Red
memory?
Woman.
No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
Blah 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 blah. Come on,
What we did back then.
Not
Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it.
I get walking,
About
blah
what
blah
was
blah,
given to us.
come on, da. Thinking to that, blah blah blah,
All in
keep
the name of a
walking.
ceremony.
I keep
The purpose of
walking.
which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis
No
itself?
one can stop us now, blah
But then
blah, come on,
everything
da.
that's been happening.
Go da, blah blah blah, keep talking. I keep walking, blah blah
power showed me
blah,
a
come
vision.
on, da.
A vision of oblivion.
Blah blah blah.
When I realized that
I
vision
keep
was a
walking.
prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done.
Come on, da.
With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait,
So she had thorns. And her descendants of 300 years all had thorns. How the hell did they have descendants?
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You've got hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Grinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Naori.
K-I-S-S-I-N-G. Oh my god. Geometry. Be-ga-ga-la-ga.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony.
And back to being
Naori's
a
attempt to stop
putz.
oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories.
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing
I mean, she could
everyone.
have done that with the
All
thorns.
the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Down, 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 people, down, 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 people. Why is there a fork on that one? Why does it have 5 prongs? The hell? CT restoration when full. Okay, that still doesn't explain why there's 5 prongs on that. Sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out their latent powers they can carry out the... Okay. Ceremonial garb. Ceremonial garb. Okay.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of
Nothing
things,
is stopping
she
her
didn't
from
focus
throwing
on
stuff at
differences,
them.
least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Wow, come on, go there, go there. What you looking at? 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 I'm feeling this. Come on, take away, take away, come on, take away, come on, take away, take away, take away. I'm feeling this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come back, come back. Wow, come on, got that. Come on, Tito, come on, Tito, mama. Wow, come on, got that. What you looking at? 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 I'm feeling that. Honestly, there's nothing stopping her from smacking Law to begin with. Sure, she has thorns, that just makes it more painful. Whack! He'd learn the lesson a lot faster given his thickhead. Shit.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us,
Holy,
Sovereign.
holy day.
Go for it, Alphen.
I hope this doesn't lead to a boss fight. I need some oatmeal. And oatmeal needs doctored up, so.
Time to see what's
No
secrets are
way.
in store.
Can't be it. No way. Ouch. Holy, holy day. Holy, holy, holy day. Holy, holy day. Lolly, lolly day. Lolly, lolly, lolly day.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
The other day I brought home like a shit ton of pre-cooked oatmeal. It was made for an event at work. And I just never got around to eating it. I mean, I ate one container of it already in one setting, in one go. I just add a bit of sugar, and the rolled oats become edible and tasty. Okay. Hello, Simba. You know what that means? Big ass ball, big ass.
Volron! He really was still
Boss
alive.
battle.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
All once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him?
Didn't want the
He's
yogurt.
lost himself, reduced to a mere
There's
cog of
Greek and
machine.
I'm not
Hey, look,
a biggest fan
over
of
there.
Greek yogurt without,
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
like,
Can it be? That this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
fruit or something
Looks like
to go
it's
with
still
it.
running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Mega Ray!
You're surprised. Raise your hands. Come on. So the question becomes, are these Renans the real Renans, not the...
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
You're mine! Swallow
I'm hypothesizing
Another incantation brewing.
manufactured Renans that we're seeing here on Legated. Or are these just machinations of machine droid things with someone else?
Not today! Swallow Blade! Can you take it? You're mine! Swallow Blade! Struck! Demon Fang! Make rupture! Take this on the wind! Struck!
Might be some messed up experiments. Right?
Take this! Lunar Blast! Sleep now!
Take this! Sonic Thrust!
Let the marksman handle this!
I'll smash you!
Far enough!
Eat this!
Can't get out of this!
Whatever it is, the Red Woman's only level 48. And I still have the World of Rena to go to as well, so this isn't the final battle.
I'm not done! Swallow Blade! You're finished!
I'm sorry. I mean, that helps.
You're mine! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Swallow Blade! Catapult! Anything in armor is all mine! Let me free you of your power! Swallow Blade!
Half dead.
I'll smash you! Take this! No escape! Swallow Blade!
Annihilation!
Take this! Take this!
On your knees.
They're all the same, and they're all the... They all seem to be taking the same amount of damage, too. It's like 3 separate bodies, but they all share damage.
You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Swallow blade!
In a bind?
Not on my watch!
Finish!
I'm all stuffed up!
I'll smash you!
No escape! You're finished! Tropical field! Raging cascade!
Heal!
Spread! Hands in the wind!
I owe you one.
Take this! Swallow blade!
You're finished!
Here I come!
Try harder!
Not a chance! No escape! Catapult!
Almost dead. Yay!
Here I come! No escape!
Elusive deity!
Swallow blade!
Rotating pile driver!
Swallow blade!
I'll face you!
I never miss! Here I come! Sonic thrust!
Does it hurt?
You're finished!
Lunar Take this! Take this!
Far beyond!
There we go. Don't let me go. Don't let me go. If you love me, don't let me go. Don't let me go. Don't let me go. If you love me.
You're finished! Thanks! Slash! You're mine! Pierce through! No escape!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Stop! Strike! Swallow blade!
Negative gate!
Healing circle! Waters of creation! Back in! Immortal gauntlet!
I'm ready!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Time to die.
Benediction light.
First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Let me go.
Surrender! Fighting
Don't let
is
me
useless
go.
now!
Don't let me go.
Do you think it's
If
really
you
over?
me-
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
You're like walking mines.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. Every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
I don't think he's in any kind of position to do anything.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Well, at least I don't seem to have to fight him again.
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
He's literally just hanging in there. Flames everywhere. Everything's fine. You're right. We did get our big boom. Something unforgettable. Almost missed. Shocking experience. He looks a little deranged.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Unforgettable.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Dead. Dead is what you are.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
Something
What? Those brainless
unforgettable.
things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now.
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way.
You're on
can
fire,
hand them
buddy.
over to
That's what you are.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
Hi,
So
Simba.
this thing over on Rena, That's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renasolma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care
Level
not one
50.
whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
Something available. Drop. No, now.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely
They
weren't
had big
Renan
black
or
eyes.
Danan.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not even sure
Perfectly
language would
human.
get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renasolma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Before they blow themselves up again. Fast travel's not possible. Which probably means there's some ships gonna go down in between point A and point B. It's a matter of when and what.
Coming through!
Not in your dreams!
This one's all mine! Ignite!
You won't bow out night. Then you leave me no choice!
see what I can do!
Can't get out of this!
A chase now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
All disasters
My turn!
made
I'll
one!
face you!
Where are you going? Do
Easy
it!
and snarly in an instant! Impact cross! My turn! No escape!
Resonate with the
You're
earth!
finished! Mirage! Here I come! Strike! Sonic
Just
thrust!
son of a
It's
man.
over! Swallow blade! You're mine! Strike!
Barely a blip on our radar.
The Kamehameha. Call me Sana Sana. Conductor, come on,
When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign.
You're better of
I
us.
doubt you'll be hearing from him
evacuating.
anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
Starry night.
At ease. Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well.
He finally figured it out.
Avakir,
Took him
you
long
mentioned
enough.
a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
And the lights come on just as he's talking about being bright futures. Nice dramatic effect.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been.
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah? Mr. Stranger.
You?
Running out of danger.
You can't be serious.
Yeah?
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astrolives, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
The stranger, running into danger, gotta get to know ya.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do.
Danger, gotta
I'll
get to
hold down
know
the
ya.
fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Mr. Stranger, gonna get an angel, gotta get to know ya. A stranger, running into danger.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda-Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her.
Oh, just
I
make her your
suspect you're
fucking
gonna have
queen
your
and get it
hands
over
full
with.
when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship.
Seriously.
Business on Rena awaits.
I'm gonna have another 20 minutes of dialogue on the ship, ain't we?
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your
Okay,
words of
faster.
encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's not how birds work.
That's one
Birds
way to look
will
at it.
kick the bird,
I wouldn't
baby
like to see
birds off the
Dudley's
freaking
face
nest.
if he heard
Like,
you say that.
fly, bitch!
All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
That's it? Finally? Wow. Still didn't get Megafauna Bone? What the hell? Maybe eventually.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Dance like that. Exactly. Fly or you die, bitch. You make me feel like that. Okay. Dance like that. Dance like that. Dance like that. You make me feel like that.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
And how long have they been doing it?
Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have
And no
to
one
be
ever
there.
goes to Rena. No one
Are
ever
we
comes to
prepared to
Rena.
finally find them?
Weird.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a
No
capital,
serious
we should...
steps, guys. So remember, don't stomp.
What?
You're mine. I think we're being summoned. Seriously, how the hell could they classify that as normal looking human? Big black eyes like a demon? That's not normal human. Slay. Crazy, sexy, cool.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course
We're
has
not in
been
Kansas
altered.
anymore.
The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad,
Your
right?
mind.
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
That's bad, right?
Is all of
Well, it's
this
not
the
good,
Red Women's
dumbass.
doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone, look there!
Slag. Oh, the master. Slag. I was always the rules. Slag. No, do it. That planet seems a little broken. I mean, I've been in Kansas. Have they? No. Slag. Well done, mad dog. Crazy, sexy, cool, slag, I'm the rules, slag, I'm the dude, slag. So Dana, complete.
Blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears
Dana's
Lenegis
a
is
whole
serving as a
planet.
conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
Of course it is.
If that's true,
dumbass.
Do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Yeah, you have control of, no control over your ship.
When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
He's welcome to get out and push if he'd like.
Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Now
what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Back out,
I managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Push it real good. Look at the map. Got the map.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you
See?
even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was, or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Oh, for fuck's sake, can I just get...
What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Come on, 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 la 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 la. Come on, the top, come on, come on, come on, come on, da ba da da. Da ba ba da da. Don't you know how to react? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Rise on me now. Come on, come on, come on. Rush now. Come here, baby, bringing us down, 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 down. Come on, come on, come on, run, 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 run. Come on, come on, come on, go. No
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Company in it with pop stars. Come on, banana. Everybody bringing us down, 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 down.
It's one of those!
Looks like the Red Woman.
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
I don't think so. I think they're the actual Renans.
It doesn't look like it can move.
Tell me,
are you the one who brought us here?
Everybody bringing us down, 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 down.
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
Go high.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. What exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Okay.
You always knew what they meant.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did.
Were you not paying attention?
It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Take a look around. What the fuck is it talking about? If it's the only one
You
of its
can't
kind.
seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
No, goodbye, nothing, just closing the door in their faces. I mean, get sleepy. Let's see if what's going on the lower level here.
Who are they?
People.
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
Being sleepy is no excuse for being rude.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer.
Understanding.
Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
I like that.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Know it.
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Know it.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Well, let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Place to rest, but no place to...
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women... No, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Not that there'd be someone up here that needs healing. But that's 5 happy bottles I didn't have.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hell-bent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So,
Let me introduce myself.
to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen
I'm
and
making
ask
the
people to
rules.
forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't.
The
We'll
great
keep it
spirit
safe
of
no matter
Rena
what.
is just hungry. Naughty of soul, naughty of soul. I mean, you saw the planet, right? It's pretty much been eating itself this entire time.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I just leave Dolaham, right?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the
So where the hell did the
victims
Zugos come from?
have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, It sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's
It's been
part
happening
in all
longer
this,
than that.
it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Energy is fire and the speakers
So it
too.
goes both ways,
Every day we
right?
have replay cover
that
second
what you're
on me
saying?
on.
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll
So I know
come a
the
time when
Zeugles
we
are
can all truly understand each other.
a
I'm there with you, Shion.
product of
I too
experimentation,
want
but
to
where the
protect
hell
the
did
world
they
we
get
live in
the animals
and
from?
all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While
the main body resides in Rena.
You, but I wanna do much. I wanna bet you by the lips of venomous poison.
Shion.
Your poison running through my veins. Your
If
poison.
these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
Give it a piece of your rifle. In particular, the bullet.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Your poison.
Everett 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time.
Break these chains.
It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Deep inside
So
my
if the Sovereign and
veins.
Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Venomous poison. Your poison running through my veins. Your poison. I don't wanna break these chains. Poison. I'm curious what's up here, so. Oh, it's a viewing deck. Pretty. Where's several good long way from both planets and all that drama. On this dream, Mama, you need, Mama's all on me, all on me, come follow me. Come and get me.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that
Titan
thing would
meets
tell it
best.
to us
Yeah, no
straight for
shit.
once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man,
We're waiting.
is it too much
Yay.
to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk?
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking
Yeah,
about.
you're out
not
for a fucking
paltry
week, buddy.
vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details.
Yeah,
So assuming it's
I
even
don't know.
possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Probably an hour and 15 minutes left on this stream. Should be enough time to finish the core game, at least. Then I can pick up the DLC next week. It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. Suggest you go get some sleep. Okay, we'll go rest. Because what else am I going to do? Hello, Simba.
You still thinking
Beyond the
about what
Dawn.
the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegus when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegus proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
You should call her Key and then she just hook up already.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
No idea.
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
Oh yeah.
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding. When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning. Even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose. So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it. There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Bridwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will? Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become.
Fight for Bridwell, you dum-dum.
Sharing that with me.
Admit your damn feelings already. Been obvious those two had, like,
to be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Are you sure you don't
want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We're only fighting all the lords on Dana? Although that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, But we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end.
Get it on now. Get it on now. Go back to my way.
I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me.
I'm upside down.
But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Kinda upside down. Remember good.
Yeah.
Kinda upside down. Nova. Okay, are we finally done with the story plot?
Everybody get enough rest? You ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and
Oh yeah,
Rena.
clear.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the
Yeah, I
Red
got
Women
no
used
time
on
to
us?
waste my time.
brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helgenquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected. You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Come on, Doe.
Hold up. Did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist.
One more time.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Come on, then come down, glass, come on, the lipstick, come on, come down. Come on, to that can let it go. Come on down, come on, the neck.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Come on, come on, no, come on, no, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, the mama, come on, come on, come on, no. And apparently this is a dungeon with artifacts that I need to collect if I want to have a decent new game plus. I'm going back on the black dress.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Thingy-ma-bobber.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is.
Of
but
course,
after
it's
being
bigger
robbed
than
of
this
its astral energy
drawer
for so
that
long,
you decided
has.
has to be a
This is
damn
all that
drunk
will
drawer.
remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea.
USB drive, you buried it.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, The Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining
We have
remnants of Renan
Itzy's
life
Not
will
Shy
not be spared
album.
in the end.
If the Oblivion and Darkness, both Shion
Other
and
than
Naori
that, I have
saw
no
comes
idea
to
without
pass,
actually looking at the
nothing will
physical
survive.
albums.
It looks like we can climb down.
What are the
from there.
songs on it?
Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Aye. So no, we don't have that album. No, we do not. None of those songs sound remotely familiar to me.
A hollowed ocean as
Yeah,
far as
fun,
the eye can
right.
see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown.
Jen says hi and all that.
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No, I'll pass.
Uh-huh.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are
Bye.
you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You think I was already snorkeling in it or something? So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renaissance using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renaissance, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
I got about 45 minutes
Question for you.
before I'm
Let's say,
supposed to be
knock on
quitting.
wood, everything turns out
Ish.
for the best.
What'll
I
the
can get
world
ready
be
to
like?
go.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables,
Born to
it's
Be
all
by
for naught.
Itzy.
That's
And
true.
who knows what else.
Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Two teleporters, so obviously two inactive teleporters, I should say.
Looks like
gonna be a
we worked
huge
into that
freaking
pit of
place.
astral energy.
Welcome to the third floor. Yay. CDs. We don't have an LP player that could play them.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no
Air
choice but to beat them at their own
53s.
game.
Don't mind if I do. Radius, here!
Burn in hell!
Home violence starting with magic is
And my ball got smoked. And I showed them running my home. They went flat. Man, I ain't fine.
well done. Radius, here! Damn it. A chain between heaven and earth. Annihilation!
I'm ready.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
All disasters...
You're mine! Swallow Blade! It's on! Not today! Take this!
Creation,
I'm not done!
Dance in mortal droplet! That'll bring you down!
Negative gate!
You're mine!
Will this help?
Swallow Blade!
Do it!
I'm not...
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if
It's
we're
going to
get
happen
attacked
repeatedly,
again.
dumbass.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. You have to stay the course.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all. An opponent like this should be easy.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Here I come! Strike! You're finished!
Here I come! A chain between heaven and earth.
Swallow blade!
Dance on the
A
wind!
whirling banshee of lightning!
Freeze
Lantern!
Bloody hell! Here I come!
I can carve through armor!
Raging storm!
I'm not done!
Prepare to be sealed, though fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Escape! Eat dirt!
Razor Cyclone!
Solid rock!
Lunar Illuminate!
Here I come!
Gemini Aqua!
Swallow blade! Strike! Slash! It's over! You're mine! Pierce through!
Where are you going?
Everlasting
Now!
Simba.
I'll grind you into dust! Mega Ray! Captivity! By the power of water!
Take this! Struck!
Now or never!
Here I come!
Lunar
No
corruption!
further!
Shattering of
Pieces!
pieces!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Don't get complacent.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their
You've
capabilities
jumped on me a
for?
couple times. And mostly he's been outside.
We haven't seen anyone here
Wow.
except Helganquil. Looks like this place
And
really
Hall.
is their home planet.
The true citizens of Renna. What a shame that they have become nothing more
I've
than
given them
puppets to
their,
the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments
I've
once
given
had.
them their
They had the potential
weed
to be
sticks.
great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we
One
had
of
met
the
under
few
different
toys that I've
circumstances.
gotten them that
Like-
they've actually played with.
Like all of
like
us, you
literally
mean?
on their own.
I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's
It
technology
does not
certainly
appear
is
that I will be
impressive.
beating this today, by
They
the
don't
way.
seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years, oh, even before that, just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries, at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first.
I need to
Also,
come up with better
while I get that
labels.
it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from.
I mean, they
More
just
to the point,
realized
does anyone
that
know where it leads?
they're all the same.
What do you
There's no
mean where it
Renans, there's
leads?
no Danons.
To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't
Is that
strike you
good,
as sounding
Binks?
just a
Oh my
little
God,
bit,
Binks.
oh, I don't know, far?
He's like,
There has to be
mine?
a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's
Both.
no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Yeah. Problem.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That
I
Oh, for
wonder how
crying
the
out
Renans
loud.
avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danons?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Yeah, usually those ideas work. Oh, heading to second floor.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
At level 52.
Insects should stay on the ground.
Come one, come all.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
More incoming.
Here I come. Slash. No escape. Take this. Air pressure.
Lightning condemned.
Here I come. Sonic
Between
thrust.
heaven and earth.
It's over.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
I'm not done. Swallow blade.
That'll bring you down.
Here I come. Pierce through. Slash.
Can't get out of this!
More Sukals?
Keep calm and take them down.
Take this. Sonic thrust. Slash.
Do it.
Strip off. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Oh, violent darting
Now.
with magic
Here I
is
come. No escape.
Crossblade.
Rising Falcon. Strike. I'm not
I'm
done.
ready.
Remove.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Got it.
Well done.
Mirage. Pierce through.
Begin!
Let the marksman handle this.
Carve through armor!
That'll bring you down.
I'm ready.
Oh, violent
Jump.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Oh, violent
Not a
darting.
chance. Strike. You're finished.
Crossblade.
Are they just reproducing more and more and more as I get through them, or is that just my imagination?
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops.
Hands in the wind. In here. Here.
Take this. Elusive deity.
Yeah, no, they're literally spawning in more as I continue down the elevator.
I'm ready. Blow them away. Not more.
And again.
This one's mine.
No escape.
Do it.
Jump.
This ends now.
Consider
That's fine though.
yourself
I mean,
There you go, Alphen.
the more I kill, the more experience I'll get, and the more experience I get, the stronger I'll be for when I actually hit the final boss, making that boss fight even fucking easier.
You require a hand. In a bind?
Totally. In an instant. Impact claw. Now. Eat
They
dirt.
smite with blackened blade!
Here I come.
Glacial Spear. Pierce
You're
evil.
finished.
Oh, that'll bring you down.
Here I come.
I'm ready!
Totally. In an instant. Impact claw. Not a chance. On your... Mirage. Here I come. Slash. No escape.
I'm ready!
Totally. In an instant. Impact claw.
We work well together.
Like a founding time clock.
Rising
Multitasking.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops. I need to be stronger.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply...
Gotta break through!
If we simply jump instead.
I never miss.
Somehow I don't think there's a gravity well to safely carry me all the way down.
Flying free. Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
This ends now.
Let's throw a rock.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
I'll face you.
Take this! Pierce through!
Where are you going?
Sonic thrust! We turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. No escape! Slash! Not today! We did it!
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean... you're even
Exactly.
better
Would
than
we
that.
survive the jump?
Say no more!
And I'm gonna say no, we would not.
I'm ready for the next battle.
Because there's a layer beneath me as it is, and there's one even further,
Come one, come
the
all.
Great Pit even further out than that. So, yeah, I'm gonna guess no.
Anything in armor is all mine. Can't get out of this.
Damn it! Scoot back!
Stand back.
Here I go!
Now.
Pick it up.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
See what I can do.
No escape!
I'm all stopped up. This one's mine. Lightning
Here I
bolt,
come.
raging cascade.
Pierce through! I'm not done!
Dance in the wind.
It's over!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
It's over!
Damn it. Out of ammo.
Take this! Strike!
Don't get careless.
An opponent like this should be easy.
In a bind.
Strike!
Dance in
Here
the
I come!
wind.
This one's all mine! Not today!
Power of flying bear.
Nothing gets by me.
Raging
Illusion
storm.
deity.
There you go.
Anything in armor is all mine.
You require a hand. Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and pummeling to me.
Let me free you of your power.
Chain between heaven and earth. His flame of far enough. Burning strike.
Take this! Here I come! Swallow blade! No escape!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Take this! No escape!
This one's mine.
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! Slash!
This one's mine.
Swallow blade!
I'm ready.
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
That's one
Time
less.
to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Between heaven and earth. First aid.
It's over!
Regenerate.
Thank you for the healing, Dogalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Take this! Swallow
Any captivity.
Lightning.
I'll finish you. Shine. Radiant light. Regeneration. Regenerate.
I owe you one.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
You're finished! It's on! Burn!
Blah blah blah. Magic. Feel.
No escape! On your swallow blade! You're finished! Take this! I'm not done! Swallow blade!
Raging cascade.
Amazing! Here I come! Pierce through! You're finished!
They smite with black blade. Shattering the pieces. You can't get out of this.
Here I come! I'm not done!
I can carve through armor.
deity!
By the
Break
power!
now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Found some new armor.
Guess I misread the landing.
That probably hurts.
An opponent like this should be easy. Here I come!
Oh, violent Charlie!
Ignite! Tornado drive! Turn your cross blade!
Oh, sparkling stars of light!
I'm not done!
Rain down and
Swallow
fury
blade!
my eyes!
Captivity! Strike! Catapult! It's over!
2,000? Wow. Is that all?
The waters of the rain!
He's only level 50.
In a bind? Mortal goblet! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Take this! Catapult! Now you see what I can do!
Here I come!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Pierce evil!
I'm not done! You're finished!
Freeze Lancer!
Resonate with the earth!
Escape!
Annihilation! Radiant! The waters of creation!
I'm not done!
Dance in mortal goblet!
Take this! Ignite!
Tidal wings! Where are you going?
No further!
Here I try hop nine! Strike! Take this!
21.
Raging Lancer!
Holy dice. Even to sacrifice our love.
Another incantation ruin.
Definitely not continue walking after a drop like that. Yeah, especially with heavy ass armor. I mean, seriously.
Scarlet Inferno!
Here, I can handle it.
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
What?
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrek 35 about it sometime.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Sonic Thrust! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Not today! Driving me mad!
In a bind?
You're finished! We got flyers!
I got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! No escape! I'll take you all off! You're mine! Strike!
Here!
You're mine! Pierce through!
Take this!
Back into the fray!
Take this!
Take this!
Strike! Here I come!
By the
You're
blood, the
finished!
marksman handled this. That'll bring you down.
Here I... We've turned the tables on it.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. Take this! Swallow blade! Strike!
Now you what I can do!
Do it!
All yours, Kisara!
Searing flame!
No!
This world!
I'm not done!
Reflect
on
that!
Face my blackened blade!
Cyclone!
Take this!
You're gonna factory definitely break something? Of course I would. Just my nature. Oh, you meant the drop, right. Oh, those eyes. Oh, those eyes, I know.
Can't get out of this!
Yes, I know.
It's over!
This one's mine!
Take this! Bathed in I'm not done! Rending you apart! Bloody shattering! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
I won't forgive you!
You're mine! Begin! I can carve through armor! You're finished! Take this! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
You can carve through Ganon armor. What they call Ganon armor. But what about Helen Quill armor?
We work well together, like a finely timed waltz.
Yours to be let free!
Our superiority was undeniable.
It feels invigorating to dominate a battle. Oh,
I was certain I saw you yawn.
come now. I'm certainly not that relaxed. Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
Holy cloak, yay.
This looks nice and tough.
I hope you survive. For sure.
I won't forgive you!
I'm not done! It's tough!
Level 50 with 70 roughly HP.
It can hide itself? Amazing!
Not for very well, it can't hide itself.
Anything in armor is all mine! You're mine! You're finished!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Okay, here I go!
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Swallow blade! Take this!
There you go! Don't let up!
Here I come! Heal! Sonic thrust! Okay, here I go!
Wailing Banshee of
You're
Lightning!
mine! Sonic thrust! It's over!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Take this!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Resonate with you!
Gale Force!
Take this!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo
No
it.
further!
I'm sorry. I'll be better.
I'm not done!
Fury! Burning Thrust! Here's evil!
Take this! Strike! Double Demon Fang!
Ow!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Let us take to the fray.
Destruction! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction.
But just hiding itself health is it's dead, right?
That'll bring you down!
No escape!
Amazing.
It doesn't help at all. It's dead, but it doesn't know that yet.
Flashing Fang!
A man chase me.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Ice cream, you scream. Give me ice cream. Get me with the fairy on top. Come on, come on, ice cream cake. Go to the come on, ice cream man. Come on, it's so tasty. Come and chase me. Got the song. Ice cream, you scream, give me ice cream, you scream, give me ice cream, you scream, give me.
Let's see what you've got. In a
Grab out these things. I got about 10 to 15 minutes before I need to quit. Which is why I'm starting to skip battles, because I want to try to get to the next teleporter. I'm on the ice cream man. Oh, come on to the it's so tasty. Come and chase me. Ice cream, ice cream cake. Oh, the Komodo.
Great.
Not sure if that connects or not. Ensuring a full map of Rena with your current location. Looks like you're far below the surface. Yay. Ah. That thing looks adorable, doesn't it? Too adorable. I must kill it.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Holy shit.
It's over! You're mine! This one's mine! The water of creation!
Try harder!
Dance in mortal droplet!
I'm not done!
Take this!
I'll punish you! Here I come! Burn!
I'll be saving this one!
Here I come! I'm not done! Swallow blade! Take this! No escape! I'll face you! You're mine!
Between heaven and earth!
Does it hurt?
Outstanding form!
You're mine!
Lightning!
It's over! Begin!
The
You're mine!
waters of creation!
You're finished!
Dance in mortal droplet!
I'm not done!
Begin! Sealed by the power of war!
It's over!
Radiant
Here I come! Strike!
They smite with
black and
blade!
Here I come! You're mine!
Ready and break
A charge like that can easily be faded.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Radiant light! Pulse of regeneration! Here I come! Regenerate!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Can't get out of this! You're mine! No escape!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Reflective blasting! They smite with black and blade!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
This could be useful.
Oh joy, 2 giant Zeugles for me to fight this time. At the same freaking time. That treasure better be fucking worth it.
Armor won't save you! Regenerate! Slash! Swallow blade! Allow me to help you. This one's all mine! Double demon fang! Elusive deity! Leave the charges to me! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Here I come! Not today! You're mine!
Wind after
I'm not done!
Lightning I never miss!
You're finished!
I'll fix
Take
you up!
this!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling
In a vine?
Dance in the wind!
Let me free you of your power.
Take this!
Another incantation ruined.
Swallow blade! Here I come!
I'm probably gonna need to quit after this battle too. Just so I can get ready to go. Sadly.
Here, let me help! Supernova!
I'll stop it, charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Being interrupted.
Spear! Here's the evil!
No escape!
Freeze
It's
laser!
on! I owe you one! I'm not done! Not today!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Light Astrolatic Lightning!
No escape!
Regeneration!
Regenerate!
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
That's my cue!
You're mine!
Shut him down. Benediction light.
Here I come!
Here!
Swallow blade!
Damn it! Sky is mine!
Benediction light.
Holy Lamb!
Shine of radiant of regeneration.
I can't hold on much longer!
I'm in your deck, Dohalim.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
You've got to make.
Here, let me help!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
We work well together. Like a finely timed
You're
waltz.
mine! Demon Fang!
I think I'm coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your art cannot fix.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
A chain between heaven and
Yeah, we know it had to end at some point, but why'd it have to end so damn soon?
Take this!
Oh, right.
Just maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong.
His stupid work. Meetings.
She can handle herself.
You can be really dense, Dohalim.
I'm grateful.
Strike! It's over! Sonic Thrust!
Seismic rush!
At least I got getting out of it. Waste my fucking time, but
You're mine! I'm not done!
whatever.
You're mine! Pierce through! No escape! Here I come!
Here's a healing I never miss. Now, I think I'm getting stronger.
Dragon blood. So, if I was participating in accessory crafting crap, yes, it probably would have been worth it. As I'm not totally. That was totally not worth it.
My word.
Rare plate. Now that might actually be worth it. Not really, because she doesn't actually fight.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna leave off. I'll take care of the puppy next time. Boy. So, thank you for joining me. Tomorrow's game is Horizon Zero Dawn, which may very well be the last time I played that game. Seems I'm rather close to the end of it. And Friday and Saturday is yet to be decided. Oh, I'm hoping the day will be better after meeting too. Who knows? Let's see. Yeah. No idea. Oh yeah, sure. Grab a fun drink on my own. I don't see that as happening, but maybe. Depending on how well this goes. Friday and Saturday are both 11 p.m. though. Ugh, forgot to cancel that shit. God damn it. So 11 p.m. both days, Friday and Saturday. No idea what I'm playing yet, but I'll figure it out, I'm sure. Probably by tomorrow, I'll have selected a game. Anyways, maybe I'll just pick this up on Friday and Saturday. Or maybe I'll play something else. Who knows? Anyway, have a good one.